First, like a short.
We always change our clock here, so we're on a different. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to start the Education Funding Committee today, and we are here today to exec bills. We are not hearing any bills today. And for committee members, there's a sheet which I handed out, and I want to go down and explain it. This is a sheet that it had a watermark on the backside. It said worksheet, but you don't.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, it's this one right here.
It's coming. We don't have.
And there's extra copies up here, if in fact you don't have a copy. So what this sheet does, it's a table, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. And the first column on the left says early bill numbers. These are all the early bills which this committee has had. It starts with 1557 going right down to 1835. The second column over which says brief title, I just put a real quick, a couple word synopsis of what that bill addresses. For example, the first one deals with special education, 1557, and it drops down the formula, so the person is going to be 1.5x rather than 3.5x, 3.5 times the average per pupil cost. The third column over is the date to exec. Now, we have noticed in the calendar today the bills which are to be exec. They're in the calendar, and you can look at the calendar, and you also have a sheet there before you that has been put here by Karen Getzes. That is our administrative assistant. 1803, 1827, 1557, 1776, 1826, 1799, 1831. Being a executive session, we can hop around and do these bills when we want to do them. Now we're also, if you look at that third column again, back to the sheet I provided you, the ones that have 2/6, February the 6th, are ones which are on the sheet noticed for today. Then, for example, if you go down to the third one there, 1574, there's a question mark there. And the question mark goes over to the fifth column there where it says amendment. There, we've addressed an amendment 0459H, and we have struggled with the amendment. It's an amendment that's been put together by Representative Popovich and Representative Weinstein. Your name wasn't on it, but you contributed to that. And that's a bill which we we are looking to extend the eligibility for free reduced meals for the kid that turns age 21 and is 22 for the remainder of that school year, which we have 21 inclusive, and then we have through age 22 in special ed law right now. So the kid turns 22, let's say in February of that school year, and they've been eligible up to that point for free and reduced meals.
They're only eligible till 21.
21, excuse me, 20 through 21. They're eligible through that. And so that deals with, we'll discuss it when we get into it. But I don't think we have an amendment made yet or we can use the one we have, and that was put together by DOE. We'll talk about that later. Now, the next one's 3 bills down where it says done, done, done. We've done those. So we don't have to worry about those. Those were all ITL unanimously. 1729 coming down. This is a bill which most likely we talked about centralizing some of our resources to try to save money. And the bill is a very wide open bill, and there's been no amendment put forth. So it's one we'll probably interim study. That'd be the first one, probably only one we're interim study. Going down to 1776, that's scheduled for today. 1799, this is a bill which is inclusive, was put forth by Representative Ames. It deals with SWEP. It deals with the resources necessary for the basic cost. It includes information way beyond what we've discussed so far. And we know that there's portions in it which we may all agree on and portions which we may not. And so I've asked Representative Spilsbury here to try to go through and figure out what components we can bring forward in an amendment. I haven't seen that yet. Going on down further, 803, this is a bill which is scheduled for today, a cost of adequate education. That is 1826. That's scheduled for today. There is an amendment for that. 1827, that we had a non-germane amendment for that. We have now an amendment to the amendment, and which was corrected yesterday afternoon by the Department of Education, Steve Appleby, the Director of Certification. We will pass out and look at that. We won't be acting on that, though, until we have a formal amendment made, and Evan did say possibly we could get that by 1 o'clock today. I saw him earlier this morning. 1831 is one that's on the docket for today, and those have been on finance in past years. You're very familiar with that bill. That deals with the capping of the funds which go out to the school districts, and there's one district that's been capped, Manchester. And 1835 is another one of those bills dealing with the special education dollars. That's on the docket also for today. So what we want to look at when we go out there is the 2/6, the days, and I reserve the right to bring up other bills that we may agree upon, or anything that's been heard, we can bring it up. We don't necessarily have to agree, but it can be brought up. Secondly, and lastly, yes.
There's one point, 1835 doesn't seem to be on the docket, unless I'm missing something. It's not on today's schedule.
No, but it can come on there, seeing that it's we've already heard it, and we have a little caveat at the bottom that other bills, we've heard.
Thank you.
And so with that, I also want to note that there are a number of people that have said, I have other obligations during the course of the day. I'll be here late or not here right now. We have 2 that are not here right now because they had obligations elsewhere. And let it be said that I want to get this stuff done this month. And we only have this day and Tuesday to do it. I have scheduled a meeting for Tuesday where we have one hearing followed by anything that lapses from today or any early bill we haven't discussed to date. We got to get these things out, and we cannot hold off anymore. So when I ask everybody if we have, I'll work with the ranking person on this side, and that we may want to limit our discussion. We may want to say, okay, let's, hold it down, one question per person, or, and then get on with the world. We've done that before, and we've been able to cruise through things fairly quickly. We're going to caucus at, right off here, and then we will have caucuses throughout the day, because I know there'll be questions and we need to discuss those. Any further questions before we break for caucus? Yes.
Introduce our.
Oh, yeah, we introduced, I apologize for a lack of introducing our substitutes here. You don't have any on the left. Okay. On the right here, we have Representative Cambrils. Yeah, Jose, welcome. And Representative McGuire, sort of attached to the other McGuire here. And Carol,
So sorry.
Only for 44 years.
only for 44, huh?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
He's smiling.
He's smiling. Carol's. Okay, so welcome to our substitutes here. All, by the way, also Representative Kofal is no longer on this committee. He has a lot of other duties going on, and he's been in and out of this place often, and that's because he's being called in two other communities or out in leadership. So rightfully so, he's saying, I can't handle it all. And I applaud him for having the wisdom to say it's time to escape
Escape.
So
from this committee.
are either of your substitutes becoming his position, or? we-
There are substitutes for today. They're substitutes
Not
for
on
today.
board necessarily.
No,
Thank you
no,
for the
no.
clarification.
Yeah, that the person that is going to be appointed this is going to be done so by the Speaker of the House.
We can make some recommendations.
That I have already done that.
I'm sure you
So, so,
Okay.
so any further questions before we break into our caucus? I don't know where you're going to caucus.
We're good in 236.
Okay, thank you. And Jen, we're going to caucus in here. Pardon me? Thank you very much.
Make sure the video goes on.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to just move ahead and start acting on these bills. And most likely we'll have to take a little break for lunch somewhere along the way, seeing I did not have breakfast today.
Okay, your doctor is going to yell at you.
Which one?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Okay.
that's my wife. Okay. All righty, so we're going to take these bills as they appear on the docket, which was given to us that was in the calendar. So the first bill up is going to be 1803. This is a bill rendering a recipient of an education tax credit scholarship ineligible to receive education freedom account funds in the same program year. And so I'd like to pass the gavel off to Representative Spilsbury so I can make a motion.
I'm opening the executive session on HB 1803 and recognize Representative Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion of ITL.
ITL's a motion, second,
Second.
seconded by Representative Dan McGuire. Okay, please speak to your motion.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to be brief. The education tax credit, which we have here, I was here on board when we did this back in 2012. And the tax credit is set up so you can use 85% of what you're, being taxed by the BPT or the BET. And household incomes have to be 300% of the federal poverty level or lower. And the program is capped at 5.1 million. Now, what this bill does, it says if you take an education tax credit, you're not going to be eligible for an EFA or vice versa in the same year. And I'm just opposition to that, seeing that the program that the tax credit was set up for is to help those with low incomes at 300%. And one of the primary objectives of the EFA program is for those that are looking for a choice in education who have low poverty to utilize those funds. Combining those funds makes acquiring an alternate form of education possible. And what we would be doing by that is subtracting a healthy part of the revenue, which makes that possible. And we would end up hurting children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak? Pass, okay. Any further comments? Representative Fellows.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that the point of this bill is to, one of the things it would do is it would allow more people to be able to receive some kind of extra funding, because the fiscal note tells us that 95% of the students that are in the education tax credit program are also in the EFA program. And if we limit it to just one of those programs per student, that would free up somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe as much as $1 million to be available to other students. So more students could receive some kind of support for their personal option. And I should probably point out that when you have a student who is in both of those programs, that they could be receiving as much as $9,000 per student between the two of them, because we know some of the students that are in the tax credit program are getting over $5,000 per year, and the amount of the EFAs right now are about $4,500 per year. And that's just the base amount. In addition, the EFA amount could be giving extra money for the students that are low income or special ed.
Okay, thank you. Further comment? Representative McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Both programs are capped, one by the number of people who can receive money and the other by the amount of money that is spent. And the idea that someone can get both of them because they fit under the limits is probably, is one way to make sure that even the poorest people have the option to get their best education possible.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments. Oh, pardon, Representative Luno, you were hidden.
Right. No, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So you're talking about the best education possible. How do we know that? How do we know what the student outcomes are? And that certainly question came up yesterday. Thank you.
The same way we know that the person in your local public school is getting the best education possible. We don't.
Representative Fellows?
We know that the parents are satisfied and haven't made any other choices. That's all we know about any education outcome.
Representative Fellows?
I just want to point out that technically, when you have the students that are in the education tax credit program, when they're also in the EFA, they're counted toward the cap that you can reach for the EFA, and they're counted in both of those places. If you limit it to one program or the other, aid would be available to more students. And the Department of Education told us they assumed the students that were in both programs would stay in the EFA program because that has a little bit higher reward for being in the program. And so only 5% of the students that are in the education tax credit program now would stay there, and you could take in additional students into the education tax program. So this proposed bill makes it available to more students, any way you look at it, so.
Representative Peoples?
Yes, I'd just like to point out that when we were listening to this bill here in the meeting room, that the number of the parents came up and testified to the fact that only by receiving both these endowments were they able to send their kids to the education that they felt that they needed because of their financial capacity to not carry any load at all, that these two programs together made that possible.
Okay, thank you. Representative Luno?
So thanks. But isn't it true that that prior to some of these programs that students were receiving more in private scholarships from the schools that they're attending? Yeah, it's a question. Yeah, it's debate. So
I wouldn't have that data, Dave. I'm not privy to that, so.
okay. Thank you very much for.
I'm not sure any of us has the ability to either agree or disagree with that. Okay. Representative Damon?
Hi, trying to be seen around the heads here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just say that I can factually state that non-public schools in my district are telling student applicants, that they have to apply for ETC if they would qualify and for EFA before the schools make their financial aid determinations. And they're definitely changing what they're doing for financial aid.
Okay, has everybody had an opportunity to speak?
I want one more time.
Representative Ladd?
Just in wrapping this thing up, the monies which come from either EFA or the education tax credit can be used for public school, private school, homeschooling. And the emphasis for many, many years has been trying to help these students that are in lower income brackets, but also those that are in special education and have a disability. I've just looked up here in FY25, or excuse me, in FY26, base scholarships are capped at $3,405, while special ed needs under the education tax credit, they receive $5,959. That's the average. And so, I think that this is wonderful that there is another source to supplement those in the EFA program to allow these students to receive the education they need or the services they need as a disabled student. And to cut this in half, we're going to now say to students, you can't go to that school because you don't have the money to do it. And I think if we put this bill forward, we're going to disrupt the educational program for a number of students in the state. And it's a very, very successful program. Both of them are. Thank you.
Representative Bricky?
Isn't it true that there are many fewer students who need financial aid getting EFAs this year than in past years?
Yes.
The whole program, and I think we're getting into a discussion on the merits of the EFA program, and which, you know, I'm a taxpayer too.
Oh, me too.
And we all are taxpayers here, and our children deserve that opportunity. And I think the way we've set that up now, where it's more universal, is the path we should be going. You know, these students wouldn't be going to an EFA or taking an education tax credit if they were receiving the type of education that they and their parents expected them to receive within the public school. It's as simple. If it's not offered there, they're going to use their feet. They're going to walk.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Fluno?
So thanks very much. And I know we're sort of extending this debate a little bit, but I do want to sort of address what Representative Ladd was talking about in terms of students receiving the education. I'm forgetting the words you use. They want, they expect, something like that. And much of the testimony that this committee has heard and former education committees have heard is surrounded around religious education, and certainly the reports from the contractor that manages the EFA program does illustrate that much of the state funds go to pay tuition at private religious schools. My understanding is that religious education is not something that's generally provided through public schools. So public schools concentrate essentially on education that's not religious focused. So in this case, I think it's fairly clear from the reports that we see on the EFA program that a lot of this money is going for state support for religious education as opposed to general public education. Thank you.
Representative Colquhoun?
Thank you. Representative Luna, do you know in these religious education facilities, are they focusing all of their education on religion, or are they providing math, reading, science, other things that are not part of the religion, but are just general mainstream educational?
So thank you very much for the question. I think on a specific a specific answer, Representative Colquhoun, I don't know to what percentage of their educational program focuses on religious training or religious education. I would be surprised if they're not also providing math and reading education. But as it goes to science, I think there are different courses that get taught in a religious school that don't get taught in a public school. For instance, surrounding biology, surrounding wellness, and surrounding history.
I'm thinking this discussion is beside the point. I think we need to
Mr.
focus
Chair.
back. You're going to make a vote depending on whether you think that this involves double dipping or whether you think they're two independent programs that one student should be able to qualify for. So unless somebody has further to say about that, do you have something to say about that?
Yeah, it is actually.
Okay,
Yeah, I
Representative
just,
Regan.
because you guys have the benefit of me being on this committee and stuff, I want to recall the Mohegan testimony and why we went into, we're a very religious family, both of us evangelical Christian missionaries from overseas.
we were trying
None
to
of that
avoid
entered
that
into our-
discussion.
wait, I'm gonna get into the point.
Representative Mohegan.
None of that entered into the decision. They cut music K-12 to a family of musicians. They were not giving us the education that we had every right to expect from our town. And this was prior to EFA, so we don't even have that to debate. Mohegans had to do something because the kids were not getting music. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about schools that think that music is nice but not
Okay.
essential.
We're done.
And they're saying music
Pete,
is nice to a family of musicians.
Representative, we're done.
Rebelled against that and said, no, we actually need to make the choices. These are the families.
Representative Mohegan, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call the vote. Clerk, please call the vote.
Let's start with Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
The motion is on to pass.
The motion is ITL.
The motion is like,
Thank you. Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes?
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Mohegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
no.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Chrétien,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes?
and Chairman Spilsbury.
Yes,
It's okay.
okay.
10-8, motion passes.
So the vote is 10-8, and Representative Ladd, you'll write the majority report, and who will write the minority report? Is it Representative Fellows? Okay, OTP. That's
Yes,
your
yes,
motion.
please. Oh, well,
Yes.
yes.
Very good. Okay, so I'm going to close the executive session on 1803.
Thank you very much. I was one that made the motion on that last one. For those making motions, I'm not going to expect reports to be here this afternoon. I think when we leave here on Friday, we have to have these in to our folks by next week. So we are meeting again on Tuesday. I expect anything that was made today to be into me by Tuesday morning,
That makes sense. That's good. Yeah.
okay? So it means I got a report by Tuesday morning. Okay, thank you very much. So the next bill, which we're jumping over 1827, we're expecting an amendment on that, and it was presented to, that's the one dealing with the criminal background checks. It was a non-germane amendment to the 1827.
Prepared by the department.
That prepared by the department, and there were a couple areas within it, in fact, referencing the right statutory language within what it was placed underneath, and that it's being prepared right now over there at there. So if we have that come to us, we can look at that later on this afternoon when but we're going to jump it right now and go to 1557. 1557 is modifying the state average expense. Pardon me?
1577?
1557. Yeah, the person who just spoke is going to be making the motion. Let me reference the bill again. 1557, modifying the state average expenditure per pupil relative to students in special education. And I recognize Representative McGuire for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL.
And I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion made by Representative McGuire to ITL and seconded by Representative Cambril. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just in the middle of writing the blurb and I was writing 1577. That's why I was confused. Anyways, thank you very much. So this bill reduces this is about formerly known as catastrophic aid. This reduces the 3.5 times statewide average to 1.5 times. And it also removes the proportional reduction if the appropriated funds are insufficient. Basically, we received several different bills on this same subject, and we decided not to go forward. We'll consider it on one of the other bills and not go forward with this particular one, partly because this one is very expensive. It sort of has an unknown increase. And just if you look at this fiscal note, it says the department would need over 200 new staff members to implement this as is. So, so this one clearly shouldn't go forward. Thank you.
Would the second like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Any further discussion from the committee? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would speak against the ITL and recognize that we are woefully inadequate at funding special education to the detriment of the non-special ed kids in our districts. Districts have to provide the special ed services, and certainly I support that. But when the state doesn't adequately fund special education, that leaves less resources for all the other children's education. And we keep not addressing this effectively, so I am opposed to the ITL.
Further discussion? Representative Luno?
So thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And you know what? I think the bill 1557 makes a really solid statement in terms of the state picking up the tab for the requirements that it places on public school districts on special education. Currently, the money is being spent. It's just coming from property taxpayers that are paying over $1 billion a year to provide the state mandated and federally mandated services. And I agree with what Representative Damon said, that this bill does deserve to move forward. The money's already being spent, and we need the state to really take its serious. Take seriously its obligation to not expect that local property taxpayers are going to pay for their requirements. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Spilsbury and then Representative McGuire.
The reason why this is being ITL'd rather than amended is because we have other vehicles and we are going to be discussing them. And I don't think that this represents a brush off of the concept, but there's no point in keeping several of those bills alive. So I would hope that it would be possible for us to agree that this should be ITL'd without having to debate every single bill that touches the same subject.
Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a technical point. I know that a substitute is not allowed to make a motion. I'm not sure if they're allowed to second the motion. So I'm wondering if technically we should ask somebody else to second my motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Colcom, would you like the second of that? Is any objection to that from the committee? Thank you very much. Representative McGuire.
Yes, thank you. In regard to Representative Luno's comment that the money is being spent, it's being spent at the local level to the benefit of the students. This bill would also require a massive increase in the bureaucracy in Concord, which is not currently being spent. And I can't see that that having the state give more money towards special education, which is a separate issue, would justify adding that much bureaucratic overhead in Concord, and I would be strongly opposed to the bill just on those grounds alone.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Damon?
I'd like to respond to the most recent remarks of my colleague, both to agree that we don't need that level of greater bureaucracy and to express some skepticism that this bill would require that amount of staffing that is cited in the fiscal note. It seems frankly quite unfathomable. And I would recall that in prior discussion related to this bill, the other Representative McGuire inquired of the Department of Ed, I believe it was asking them, whether there'd ever been consideration of an audit approach to special ed where instead of touching and processing every single special ed invoice for every single student, there would be a sampling of students with IEPs that would be reviewed, much as the IRS doesn't audit every single tax return. And Representative McGuire, I hope I'm quoting you accurately.
Yes.
I think it's worth putting that out there as something to be looked at.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill.
Yes, please.
Representative Colcom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's incumbent upon all of us in this room to start putting some pressure on our federal government to start stepping up and sending us more money for what they said that they would do. Either that or we've got to start cutting some of these strings that they've attached that's costing us money at the state level and at the local level. And maybe with their newfound billions of dollars that they just recently came upon from services provided in a specific state, maybe they can invest that into the special education. But we need to start having conversations with the federal level to start ponying up more money.
I think your remarks are echoed in 50 states. Further discussion from the committee? Okay, so Madam Clerk, we're on HB 557. Are you ready to
Yes.
call
ITL.
the ITL?
Vice Chair Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Erb.
Yes.
Representative Colcom.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Ames.
No.
Representative Burton.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Ricky.
No.
Representative Chrétien.
No.
Representative Weinstein.
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10-8 passes.
Once again, those people, well, pardon me?
I'll do the minority report.
Okay, you're going to do the minority report. And the majority report is being done by Representative McGuire?
Yeah.
As we speak, thank you. The next bill we have down here listed today is HB 1776, requiring higher educational institutions to report the reception of foreign grants, donations, and contracts to the Department of Education and the General Court. I mentioned to the at that time, the ranking officer here, that I would allow her to have a couple minutes here for a discussion, but I want to not have this thing go longer than much of that time, and then we're going to get into a motion that's going to be brought forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I understand that the right-hand side of the room, literally and figuratively, supports this bill, and I am just inquiring if there is any appetite, forgive the term before lunch, to change two parts, to reduce the quarterly reporting to semi-annual, because we have all heard from the university system that the quarterly reporting is burdensome and repetitive. And the other proposed change would be, as we know, the federal statute similar to this has a threshold of $250,000, and this proposal has a threshold of $50,000. Would members be willing to entertain an amendment to raise the threshold in this statute? Those are my questions. I'd appreciate feedback.
Representative Peoples.
Based on what I've learned on some of the reporting stuff, I would be interested in changing the semi-annual. I'm not sure I would want to increase the dollar amounts at federal level because we are a state and the money that we're dealing with is much smaller. So capturing it at a lower level would be more productive, I think.
Okay, we've had a suggestion here. I'd like to see a show of hands of those who would like to say, maybe we don't want to act on this until we get some kind of amendment to address the issue of reporting. And then bring it forward either later on this afternoon or on Tuesday. Okay, I think we're good with that. So thank you very much.
May I make a further suggestion?
Yes.
Since an amendment's being drafted, on page 1 of the bill, line 19, I think that the phrase "or expressed intention" should come out. That's too vague, too amorphous. If it's a pledge, it's a pledge, but this is a nothing.
I had a scratch through that too. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we can look at that and bring that change and possibly, and the other change dealing with the reporting times to us on Tuesday, and we'll deal with it then.
Okay.
Thank you very much, all. Okay, going to the next bill, which we have on the docket here, it's, let's see. Yes, 1826, relative to the cost and the opportunity for an adequate education, and I'd like to recognize Representative Spilsbury for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL on HB 1826.
Is there a second? Representative Peoples seconds that motion, so we have motion of ITL on 1826 and made by Representative Spilsbury and second by Representative Peoples. Representative Spilsbury, do you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. We all understand that the adequacy figures have to be periodically adjusted. This is mid-cycle of a budget biennium, and it's not timely to do it now, so there's nothing pressing. The legislature will consider this next winter. And I think that, we're going to be working on other things, for example, regarding the special education, and the question has at least been tabled for discussion about whether that even should belong in the adequacy formula. So this is not necessary this year. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Leno?
Sure. Thanks very much. I think addressing adequacy is always necessary, and specifically when there are several court orders hanging out there that the legislature needs to do something. This certainly does not completely address any of those court orders, but I think the approximately $1,100 or $1,000 increase to the special education differentiated aid component in the adequacy funding formula would be something that most school districts would welcome and see as providing at least some portion of relief on their tax burden. So I think it is timely. I think it's something that can be easily predicted in terms of costs, even though the fiscal note does not, the fiscal note said it wasn't completed, but I think
Then we did get one.
Oh, did we get one? I just, oh, you know what? I didn't pull it here. So, I think the fiscal note is something that, does it actually have it on here? Does it run it out? $25 million. And that's meaningful to school districts. So I'd recommend that we move this forward and see how finance can address it through its appropriation mechanisms this year.
Any further discussion? Representative Bricky?
So I just want to say once again that I think that we need to consider the fact that we are an education funding policy committee. We should not be worried about where the money comes from. That's why these bills get pushed on to finance or ways and means. I think we need to look at, is this needed for students? Yes, it is needed for students. And then we push it off. And certainly it could die there, but I don't think that that's our job. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative McGuire?
Yes, thank you. On the topic of whether this committee should push further bills out, the fact that you're considering, or we're considering passing 3 or 4 similar bills and dumping them on finance and say, you figure them out, is going to cause most of them to fail, because finance is going to go in and say, well, this is the cheapest way to accomplish what we want, and it's been approved by education funding, so that's the way we'll go, and we won't worry about the others. And I think that as a committee decision to just approve everything that you like and pass it on without considering how the bills interact is a mistake. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Pillsbury.
This follows on from Representative McGuire's comments, but I would have made them independently in a different way anyway. The next bill that we're going to take up here this morning is HB 1799. It's my understanding that, and that bill, of course, includes a section that amends the exact same part of statute with a different set of numbers. I would think that my colleagues would want to pick your best shot and come to the floor and give us your argument on that, rather than to just tell us every single variation that you think would be better than the current and debate them all. So I don't know that I can change your strategy, but I would encourage you to consider going along with the ITL and let's debate 1799.
Further discussion, Representative Ames.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm the prime sponsor of 1799, which has just been mentioned. Indeed, it addresses the same cost items that this bill addresses, but in a more comprehensive way. And, I think you could go either way on something like this. This is an increment over current law, and you can look at that as a good thing, and maybe that's the best we can get. So let's move this along. That's, I think, the thinking that supports going against an ITL on this. But from just speaking for myself, I can't support a bill that goes forward with such small increments, particularly in in a circumstance where another bill is coming along that I think more fully addresses both the constitutional issues and in a better way the monetary issues. So, yeah, that's enough.
Further discussion. Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. It seems to me we have a sort of philosophical difference in, do you choose one bill to address this concern and put all your energy and negotiating and process into that bill, hope you get the outcome that seems important? Or do you say, we have got to make progress somehow, in this case in special education funding? And to be cliched, we can't put all our eggs in one basket because there has not been consensus to do this effectively. And we don't know what the votes on other bills are going to be. So I very much agree with and respect my colleague to the left that this is too small an increment. It's not anywhere near as comprehensive or good a bill as 1799. And I will still support it because I'd take what we can get to help these kids in these school districts.
Any further discussion?
Sure.
Representative Luna.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Absolutely agree with those comments, and I think having a vote, even a split vote on this, indicates to the full body that there's merits to the bill. It does move things in the right direction. Certainly not far enough. Certainly not to the degree that 1799 or any of our prior bills for comprehensive school funding reform have done, but it is $25 million in the right direction. It's meaningful to our public schools. It's meaning to our property taxpayers, and hopefully we can have a good debate on the floor if necessary on this bill. If another bill like 1799 moves it even further in the right direction, and we're all getting behind that, then certainly that's the thing that we want to put forward. But not knowing what the outcome there is going to be, I think let's make sure that we've got all the tools we need to be able to make our case to across the state, to all the state reps, and take it forward from there. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Not seeing that. Any, Madam Clerk, we're ready for the roll to be called. We are calling on 1826 relative to the cost of an opportunity for an adequate education. The motion being acted on is ITL.
Vice Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire. Yes. Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Yes.
Representative Ricky,
No.
Representative Chrétien,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10-8 passes.
11-7.
11-7.
Representative Ames was yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard 2 yes and no over there, sorry.
Sorry to break the rhythm.
No worry.
No, it's all right.
Disturb me.
Okay, who's gonna write that majority report for 1826? That's gonna be Representative Spilsbury, and the second was,
Luno. Luno on OTP.
no, yeah, that, the minority report, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
You're writing that, okay. Okay, next one down on the list is
Let's get what we can. Yeah.
1799,
We weren't doing that till next week.
I
OTPA.
thought we were postponing that
Okay, that's right, we will postpone that one till
next
Tuesday.
week. Yeah.
1831,
You're deferring that one.
1831
You're deferring it to-
yeah.
postponed next week.
1831, it's repealing the education tax, a trust fund targeted aid cap. We have a member here that would like to speak on it, and he's out ill today. So we'd like to put that one off.
So that'll be Tuesday.
Yes.
Want to do 1729 ERP interim study?
Yeah, I gotta get my other sheet here. There are several other bills here too, but I'm going to take a lunch break here quickly. We can do the bill right now on 1729. This is a Central Enterprise Resource Planning Bill. Just opening up for a little bit of discussion first here. We've discussed this before, and we all recognize the need for centralizing some of these services. It'd be tremendous cost saver to some of our districts. Are there any amendments that we have for that bill here?
No,
Not seeing,
no.
none, okay. So then, what I'd like to do then is I want to make a motion of interim study. Would you like to second that?
Actually, I'd like to make the motion and write the report on it. But I would make the motion for interim study.
I-
No, I'm happy to
We're
do
all
it.
chasing the same thing
Yeah.
here, and I don't care who wants to make the motion.
Let me
I have
make,
no-
I'll make the
And then
motion.
I'll second it
Yeah,
then.
that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on that? I don't think there's any discussion on that one. So that takes us down,
No, we got to vote.
oh yeah, cheapers, yeah. Hey, I do need lunch. Okay, Madam Clerk, are you ready to call the roll on that one?
Vice Chairman Spilsbury.
Yes.
Rep. Dan McGuire. Rep. Carol McGuire. Rep. Erf.
Yes.
Rep. Colcom.
Yes.
Rep. Cambrils.
Yes.
Brown, yes. Rep. Mahegan.
Yes.
Rep. Peoples.
Yes.
Rep. Luno.
Yes.
Rep. Ames.
Yes.
Rep. Burton.
Yes.
Rep. Fellows.
Yes.
Rep. Damon.
Yes.
Rep. Ricky.
Yes.
Rep. Chrétien.
Yes.
Rep. Weinstein.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, that motion, the report be written by Rep. Luno.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We have a bill I'm waiting for an amendment to come in on,
And that will be on consent, of course.
Yeah.
yeah. I think we're all good with consent. 1827, we're looking for an amendment on that. And it should be waiting for us. What I'd like to do is just take, if we can, a half hour for lunch, come back and take care of a couple bills here, and the more we can whittle down, we'll be better off on Tuesday.
What do you want to take care of, 1827 and
Well, 1791 is, have we done that one yet?
it said no? Yeah, it's left over from Tuesday.
They don't have to be on the calendar
Right.
for us to, yeah.
It's one of the three we rolled. on
We
Tuesday.
rolled beyond that, so I think we're gonna have to look at that.
Do you want it, are we as prepared to accept that? Tip, it's yours.
Yeah, so when we come back from lunch, we'll do it. And we can share it with everybody so we can read it.
Why don't we hand out the amendment now?
Well, you can hand the amendment out, yeah, but we're gonna break for lunch.
Has it changed again?
I don't know.
Representative Burton, has your amendment changed again?
No.
It's the one you passed out. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a half hour break here. Try to find something to eat. I don't know if the cafeteria, is that open today?
Yes, well, I don't know.
Should be.
I thought I saw a sign, but I don't know.
I think it's till 2 o'clock every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bit my tongue up. 1826.
Yes, I know you did.
Yeah, it was hard.
You could have swapped votes with,
I could have
swapped votes with
I recognize Representative McGuire for a motion.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead with our executive sessions here today. And the next one that's on the docket here is 1791. 1791 is a bill that's established an inclusive post-secondary education and career preparation pilot program for students with developed, or not pilot, I'm reading from the amendment, disabilities and making an appropriation therefore. So I'd like to, is this the most current amendment we have?
You have an extra copy of it one. That's all right, I'll just want it, because I wasn't here when it was.
So we were handed, is this the amendment we were handed the other day? Okay. So I'd like to, from Representative McGuire, would you like to make a motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
1791.
So we have a motion made by Representative McGuire, second by Representative Colcom. Representative McGuire, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, just briefly. This is a new program at a time when we're having trouble having enough funds for all of our existing programs, and some of them are getting cut and so on. And colleges already make accommodations under ADA for students with disabilities, but this one is sort of extra encouragement, I guess, to attend college and so on. And I guess we're just, we don't have the funds for this kind of thing.
The second, hold on a second, please. You're waving off. Representative Burton? Yes, you're recognized.
The genesis of this bill started with a conversation I had with Governor Ayotte over coffee when she hosted a coffee, I think before the first session, and we were talking about the time she met with my students when in the airport in Boston, and I asked her to, when I was president of North Shore, and she gave, would you come over and talk to my students about being in government? And she did for about a half an hour. And she remembered that when I was talking to her, and she said, well, what are you doing now? I said, well, I'm really working on a bill to bring programming to post-secondary programming to students who've been on IEP, and they get stopped. And she said, that's a really good idea. And she waved Jim Jerry over, and she said, Jim, take care of this guy. And so James and I had a couple of conversations. I've been updating him periodically. So when Representative Copal, I asked him, because I know he's very big on the autism issue, and he encouraged me to keep going, because the ADA doesn't even come close to what is needed for these students. I've seen students blossom. I had a program like this at my school. I think the most emotional moment, they have an honor society for students on disabilities who are at community colleges. And if you want to go to a moving event, go to one of those. And the increment in growth and potential that this brings, I'll just read briefly from the letter we got from Mark Rubenstein, the Chancellor of the Community College System. This is where HB, as a pilot, has the potential to create real impact by providing resources that allow our 7 colleges to create structure and enhance support for a broad cross-section of students to participate and to succeed in the programs we offer. The ADA doesn't come close. The ADA is about moving desks around and accommodating people physically. It does not deal with the over 400 students with autism and other disabilities that come to community colleges and four-year schools and then disappear. If this motion prevails, it won't stop me. I'm in touch with the TIPSID program is the one I worked on in Washington, and there's one in every state now. Except ours. So I hope that someday New Hampshire will actually fulfill the futures of these students. One more story. I think I told this before, but the whole education committee in 1985 went up to the Laconia School when it was going to be shuttered and the students were going to be sent out. And I sat down, the whole committee went up for lunch, and I sat down beside a young man in a wheelchair who was slumped over in a chair and didn't look very ambulatory. And in my own odd way, I kind of dismissed him. And then I heard a voice saying, "Would you pass the sugar, please?" And I realized where it was coming from. So this kid, after that, we had a long conversation. And I said, "What do you do here at Laconia?" He said, "Well, they put me in front of my favorite window in my wheelchair. And they take good care of us and they feed us." But he said, "I want to go to a real school." And I said, "Good." He said, "Well, what do you do the rest of the day?" "Well, they take me to the library and I love to read books, but my hands don't work well, so I have to get help with that." And from that day on in New Hampshire, I worked on the special ed law with the committee. Governor Sununu was behind it. Nancy Sununu was behind it. It was a whole coalition of people around making sure students reach their fullest potential. And so, again, whatever happens here won't stop me. I think I've been in touch with my friends in Washington on the program. We were able to get authorized at the federal level. And I would hope that you'd vote for this. It's way beyond ADA. And someday you'll know somebody that you wish had had a chance. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion from members of the committee here? Not seeing any? Yes, Representative Luna?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank Representative Burton for doing an amazing job in preparing this bill. Not only working with members of the committee, both sides of the aisle, but also with the leadership of the community college system, who recognize how important this is to certainly people with IEPs that are seeking out higher education opportunities, but also to the state overall in making sure that that these kids reach their fullest potential. And when I look at the fact that that Representative Burton has agreed to limit the program to a pilot, limit the program to the community college system, let the community college system, particularly the chancellor, develop what's necessary in order to provide services to the students, and do so with an appropriation of $100,000 non-lapsing. Seems like really short money compared to other bills that we've talked about this morning, but also other bills that we've talked about on other days, considering we spend all in over $4 billion a year in primarily local property tax dollars to fund public schools, but to have the state kick in $100,000 to help some of the and I don't have the number right off the top of my head, 43,000 students with IEPs in New Hampshire seek, 32,000 students with IEPs across New Hampshire seek higher education opportunities. It seems like a very, very good use of money with that will have a high return on investment for the state of New Hampshire, let alone for the kids themselves. And I think this is just a model way of getting good legislation through, and I think it's really shame that that we're looking to that this committee's considering to snuff it out right out of the gate. So I'd love us to defeat the ITL, or even see if the makers of the motion would reconsider and maybe changing the motion to an ought to pass as amended.
Further discussion from the committee, Representative Erb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was reading through the original fiscal note, and while I don't disagree the program might be a good program, in my opinion, the right way to handle this would be for CCSNH to put this in their budget in the next budget cycle, and for them to prioritize it amongst all the other things that they put into their budget. There were quite a few requests in this year's budget. We believe very strongly in CCSNH and what they're trying to do, and we tried to support them to the greatest degree that we could, but we had to, even in this budget, not give them everything they wanted. So that seems to me to be a better way to incorporate this into the whole budget process, where they can come forward and with the whole picture of what they feel is the most important to move forward with, and as they did this year, to tell us these are our priorities, so we can basically work through their priorities in funding what they're looking for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Representative Burton.
Can the remarks of the previous speaker be made part of the permanent record?
Well, I think they are. All this is recorded.
I think, I want to thank you for that. I think the people in the community colleges will be happy to hear at least that, and the advocates I've been working with. Now I may have to run for re-election, but thank you for that. I appreciate it. But I wish we could do it now. The students are there.
This all echoes back to what I've requested from the department for years. Let's see your budget requests prioritized. Let's see your requests. And the same thing with the community college system. The state has been very kind and supportive of the community college system. And I feel that the community college system has done some wonderful things for us in terms of concurrent dual enrollment, but there are areas that we're short in. And we need to prioritize, as Representative Erb has just said, what are the priorities? Each year we see these bills come in, 100,000 for this, 150,000 that. Like DOE, we had 160,000 for a financial analyst, which we need over there. We need these positions ever, but somewhere along the way, these have to be prioritized so that when we're looking at where we're going with these policy funding decisions, that we can award money based upon the greatest need. And I think the communication to the community college from this group right now is this has a lot of potential, the program does. But where does it stack up in regard to the other issues which we're trying to look at in terms of affordability for the college courses the kids are taking? Where does it stand up in terms of the monies necessary for career technical education, which we funded to the tune of $0 for capital improvements? So I guess that's my concern. I don't want to, say this program isn't a good program. It is a good program. And it's a program we probably need, but we need a lot of programs. And somehow we have to prioritize. Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. So I think that when it comes time to put together the budget, a department would have a hard time putting a line for this in their budget without having any fleshed out plan. And I think that while the community college could do this, that the better approach for new programs is for the legislature to pass the program, and then without an appropriation, and then that would give the finance committee the opportunity to either fund it or not fund it, or the governor to fund it or not fund it in their budget. So it would be worthwhile to develop the program.
Well, that sort of happened in the federal government when we talked about IDEA. And then all of a sudden, we're going to fund you at the tune of up to maybe 40%, And when in reality, it's somewhere between 5 and 6% coming to the state. And so whether we have a program budget or a budget that's built upon the dollar, we have to find the in-between here. And I think that means that the individual organizations and institutions have to come forward. What are your priorities? And then we can go from there. But I've not seen that. I have not seen as a policy committee, the departments bringing forward, here are our priorities. Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to specifically disagree with that because the colleges are not like other, Department of Transportation or something like that. We give them a certain amount of money in the budget annually, and that's it. We don't micromanage them. It's a grant, right? It's not a large grant. I mean, we support, New Hampshire supports colleges, public colleges, less, I think, than the other 49 states. But the point is, it's a lump sum. We don't tell them, spend this on chemistry and not physics or something like that. So this is this would be appropriate if the community college or UNH or whoever wanted to do it on their own. They can.
But on the contrary, we do appropriate money for math learning communities at the community college level. We appropriate dollars on concurrent dual enrollment at the community college level. So that does occur. But what my concern is that I don't see those priorities coming to us at policy. Maybe in the HB2 process, you may see that and you have to filter through that. But on the policy side, I've not seen it, especially I haven't seen it from various departments or agencies. Representative Erb.
Maybe there's a disconnect here. Certainly from the point of view of, I understand, yes, we fund all those things, but it was CCSNH that came to us and said, these are the specific kinds of things we would like you to fund. So we didn't decide that. They came and said that all the things you rattled off.
That's right, yeah.
So they do, it's not unusual for them to say, we'd like funds for X, Y, and Z specifically. And in a prioritized kind of order, we can look at it and say, okay, we can do X, Y, and maybe not Z kind of thing. So I don't think this policy committee needs to get involved at all. But I do think the CCSNH, as they do, come forward with, this is what we're looking to do with you. Now, maybe you're having conversations behind the scenes with them, because I know you serve in a lot of committees with them and all that kind of thing. But in terms of formally what they do, what I found they do is they come to the finance committee and make a request.
I concur with you, and I don't want to get in a great debate right here with you, but one of the directives of this committee is it spells out 2 specific areas beyond education funding for K through 12. It spells out career technical education and higher education. And we need the priorities. Representative Burton.
Just to point out that the bill, at the suggestion of the fiscal people, it puts the money in a line item created in the community college budget. Sum of $100,000 appropriated to the community college system, which will be non-lapsing and for the purpose of funding a pilot program. And then it names the part of the budget that's in. Now, I'm not anywhere near close to understanding how you folks all operate, but again, I will go back to the community colleges, and what I might be able to do is get a federal commitment. Remember, I wrote the language that's founded the TIPSI program nationally. For 4 years, I worked in Washington to make it possible. And we had hearings, bipartisan hearings, throughout those couple of years. And now it's viewed as one of the most successful programs. And there was a program at UNH for 5 years, if you're interested, but it was designed for community colleges. And when the 4 years found out about it, they kind of put language in that made it harder for us. You don't want to work in Washington. But thank you. I need to see some encouragement so I can encourage the people. The poor woman at Manchester who has 400 students she has to service with all sorts, you saw the list of disabilities they have.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Burton. Are there any other questions that we have regarding 1791? Other than that, I'm going to have the roll called. We have a motion on the floor to ITL 1791. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we're ready.
Vice Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Irf,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Rep. Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Chrétien,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So 10-8 passes.
Okay, the maker of the motion was Representative McGuire. You've got a lot of writing in front of you.
Yeah. I'm working on it.
I noticed I already received one of the reports. That's fantastic. And then the minority is written by Representative Burton. Thank you.
Is that?
And you will be
Is
with
that-
amendment, with amendment?
Ought to pass as amended.
Yeah, okay. Yes. You got the number.
Wayne, you've got the minority report.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm all set.
Okay. So
ATPA. Yes.
there are a couple areas we want to discuss, but I'm going to have a 5-minute caucus here, and then we'll come back. And we have several bills we do have to talk a little bit about here and preparation for next Tuesday that we haven't covered yet. So with that, 5-minute caucus. Back at 2:00.
We prepping for 1827?
Yes,
What we're
Very
doing?
likely.
that's, yeah, we are looking at that because we did get that amendment.
Yes, yeah, Terry.
Oh,
just
yeah,
handed
Terry,
it.
get
They- They're
So
passed
that'll be the final bit of exec business.
if we do it today.
We want to regroup and see what are we ready to move on. So,
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go right across the hall.
So we're doing 1820, so I'll make a motion.
Okay. Where did I put it? Ah, gosh. All right, I'm going to open the executive session on HB 1827 and recognize Representative Ladd for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion, OTP, please.
OTP, do we have a second from Representative Damon? Thank you. Representative Ladd, feel free to speak on your motion.
What I'd like to do is offer an amendment to this bill. There's no sense talking about the bill that's introduced because the amendment replaces all. So I'd like to recommend amending the bill with Amendment 0573H.
Okay, Amendment 0573H, do we have a second? Also from Representative Damon? Okay, feel free to go address your amendment.
I'll be very quick. What we have here is a bill now that requires the Department of Education to conduct a confidential criminal history record check on all prospective educational personnel. Currently, in this section of law, in 189.13, we have three sections, A, B, and C. A addresses school employee and designated school volunteer criminal history records. B addresses school bus driver criminal history record check. And C, credentialing applicant and candidate criminal history record checks. We've addressed these three sections in previous years. In policy, the most recent time we've addressed that is with a candidate criminal history checks for those that are in college. And we changed that from us issuing for 3 years to 4 years, seeing that in order to be in the Department of Education at PSU, Keene, or UNH, you have to take that in your freshman year. And by the time you got to your end of your junior year, your criminal history records check had expired and you were ready to go in your student teaching in the senior year and you had to go get it again. So it was a double whammy for the kid that didn't have the money. So we extended it to 4 years. What we're doing here in section D now is putting in place the Department of Education school employee criminal history record checks right here. And this ups it a notch where all those employed within the school are going to now have to comply with the criminal records check that's conducted by the department, which steps it up to another level. It steps it up to the level where we're now involving the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education Certification and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which the local does not do. They don't have access to that level of criminal background check. I myself, as a past school principal and administrator, have seen situations where the local check did not net us the information we really needed. The way I got it was by calling the previous school and talking to the person that was in charge or supervising the person I was looking at as a hire, or checking out the recommendations the best I could. I caught a lot of stuff that was not there in that background criminal check. So with that, this does step that up. It's changed now from a valid period of 3 years to 5 years. So that criminal record check is done every 5 years. At the end of that, it's monitored in the database that the Department of Education has, and the school district will be notified that teacher X has to renew this within 1 year or whatever their certification will expire. This is all done in an effort to make sure that those that are coming eyeball to eyeball with our kids in school are those that are going to maintain this standard that we expect of protecting them, being safe. And so I will stop right there, and Mr. Chair, I'll stop right there.
Very good, thank you. Further comments? Does the seconder wish to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you. I will simply say that it is extremely important for us to do what we can to help our children be safe, and this fills in a gap in the law in that regard.
Okay, very good. Further comments?
I kind of went out of order there a little bit because now we don't have a motion on that amendment. We're going to have to.
We
Well, we made a motion for the bill.
We did that.
And then introduce the amendment.
I offered the amendment too soon.
No, I took a motion and again, Representative Damon seconded.
Yeah.
So the amendment is properly before us. And
Okay.
if there's no further comments,
I know, just.
yes, Representative Luna.
Couple clarifying.
Questions. So thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So the way I understand this, this applies to positions not requiring an educator credential. So we're not talking about teachers, we're not talking about,
No, we're talking employee.
we're talking, no, we're not, well, teachers I think are already covered by similar language.
Yes.
Talking about this amendment here on line 15, 1415, who is not in a position requiring an educator credential.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
yep. So I'm just making sure that
Yeah.
this is my understanding. Because it sounded like, Representative Ladd, that you may have been talking about some, when hiring, when you were an administrator, when you were hiring teachers or others with a credential. This is for individuals that do not require a credential.
When I was talking about teacher aides.
Yep, okay. Yep, no, that's good. This helps clarify that.
They have to be employed, they're not a volunteer.
That's correct. They have to be employed.
Yep.
And it's also my understanding that the cost of this criminal records check may be charged to the person being checked. Yeah. The educational personnel. So that's on line 11 and 12 on page 2. And I just want to make sure that that's an intentional part of this amendment. And then the third thing is, what is your expectation for an effective date?
Well, there's not one on, well, the effective date, I think when that bounce back to the,
It does. It's 7/1/2027. So I want to make sure that that's what the intent is here. So it's not for the.
The amendment amends replacing section 1.
Right. Yeah, it's not, and section 2 is the effective date from the underlying bill,
Which
which is
stays.
July 1st, 2027. I just want to make sure that that's the, what the department, is expecting. All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, so again, amendment 0573 is replacing only section 1. Section 2, the effective date remains July 1st, 27. Any further comments? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, this is a new section 189:13D. Section 189:13C is for the credentialed employees, and it's very similar to this.
Good. Further questions or comments?
We're good.
All right, then we can call the roll call on amendment
You can do hands if you want.
0573H.
You
Okay,
can do hands if you want.
that sounds good. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand.
Take a picture.
I see unanimity, but thank you. Just to be sure, is there anybody opposed? Careful, Representative Fellows, you look like you're voting. All right, very good. So the amendment is adopted, and we now go to seek a motion for an OTPA.
I'd like to make a recommendation OTPA on House Bill 1827.
Thank you. And second, from Representative Damon. Very good. Is there any further comment or question on the motion OTPA? Seeing none, clerk can call the roll.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire. Yes. Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Holcomb,
Yes.
Representative Cambrels,
Yes.
Brown, yes, Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Burton,
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Ricky,
Yes.
Representative Chrétien,
Yes.
Representative Weinstein,
Yes.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
Chairman Spilsbury.
Yes,
18-0, thank you.
Consent.
very good, thank you. Consent calendar? Seeing no objections, so be on consent. That closes the executive session on 1827.
Well, we can't agree on something, huh?
I really wanted a picture of those.
Boy, yeah, I put my left hand, I should put my right hand up.
Look, it's to know, you know.
So the other one I'd like to look at today and is the bill dealing with the meals. The age. Do you have the, did we get the amendment? We got one amendment. I thought,
I thought we agreed this morning we weren't gonna do.
but I'd like to look at it in terms of, is the amendment around so we can look at the.
Yeah, but we're not sure we want to offer.
Have the right amendment.
We've got to talk it through.
We can wait.
Is that where we're at? Is that where we're at?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
I mean, a lot of deference to the prime sponsor, as should.
okay, that's good. Okay, so we're, I think, at the bottom of the docket for today.
We're not even gonna look at.
Well, they don't even know if they want to introduce that amendment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure it is.
And that's okay with you guys.
Representative Bricky, you have your hand up?
Yes, I just want to make sure that I have everything correct for today. Can we? I have 1803 ITL'd. 1827, which is credentialing, non-germane amendment, OTP. 15,
OTPA.
OTPA, thank you. HB 1557, ITL. HB 1826, ITL. 1827, OTP.
Hey.
Is that true?
A.
A, thank you. And 1729, interim study.
91.
Yes? It's
1791.
1729 interim study and 1791. Yes.
Oh, duh. Thanks. That's the one I missed, 1791, and it is
ITL.
ITL. So of the bills that we looked at today, we did absolutely nothing today that helped the students in New Hampshire,
Well, we,
except background checks. Okay, thanks.
All right, and our minority reports, you send them to me, and you get them over to the chair on Tuesday morning.
okay, so anything else for the good of the order? So with that, we are adjourned for the afternoon. Everybody have a good weekend.
Go Patriots.
All right, very well done.